Yontiv, Chag Sameach, good Yontiv, everybody. Wow, what a gorgeous, beautiful room, huh? Beautiful, and all of you are making it so beautiful.
Thank you.
Has there been a Pesach that it's been more important to be together than this year? Hard to imagine. So welcome everybody, and welcome everybody who's joining us on live stream. We're so happy that you're with us. I'm thinking of Pesach of 2020, if those of you remember it. And I led that Seder in our living room. Randy and I were alone in our apartment, and we maxed out on the Zoom possibility that year. We didn't know that such a thing existed. We hit 500 computers for the Zoom room that year. And it was a great Seder, because how do you have 500 people in a New York City apartment? And you don't have to cook for all of them, and you don't have to clean up. And some of you remember, I have to say it again just because I haven't been able to use this line again. But my greatest line maybe ever was when we got to the point of opening the door for Eliyahu. I said, "But remember, Eliyahu, come in with a mask and gloves." And I held up the mask and gloves. So I just have to repeat it because I just love that line so much. So let's start with Hinei Ma Tov. How good it is to be together.
Hinei ma tov u'manayim, shevet achim gam yachad. Hinei ma tov u'manayim, shevet nashim gam yachad.
Hinei Ma Tov.
Hinei ma tov,
Shevet How wonderful it is to all be together. So you'll notice our Haggadah, which is the book that we use, the prayer book that we use to guide us through the evening. The one that we chose many years ago is called A Night of Questions. And that summarizes in a profound way what Pesach is about, and honestly what Judaism is about. Being open to the questions, being willing to ask the hard questions of ourselves in our lives and in our world, being willing to listen to other people's questions. And it's a night of being teachers to each other. So in that spirit, we go into tonight's service and to this Seder, which is as unusual a service as is possible to be. And the pews and our seats are all gone, and you're sitting around a table. And we are in many ways influenced by the Greek symposium, a dinner party in which we're asking and having deep conversations. And it comes from that tradition, this process itself. Because, of course, the biblical descriptions of Passover does not mention a Haggadah or matzah in this kind of a way. We're supposed to eat matzah, but this service that we're going to do, this is what's been created over a long history of time. We don't know exactly who wrote the Haggadah. It's ancient. Parts of it are extremely old. And when we sit in this way to eat and to drink and to ask questions, we recall the many generations of Jews who have done this in all different kinds of settings. And Jews have done this in moments of great triumph and celebration, and in moments of great despair and horror. In fact, during the Holocaust, we know, because we have received it from some, a prayer was written in one of the concentration camps to say before eating chametz on Pesach, because that might have been the only food available. So that there was even an attempt to sanctify eating chametz in order to just survive. We know that different Jewish traditions in different Jewish cultures have explored all different ways to celebrate the Seder. Some Sephardic traditions, you might know, they actually come in with bags over their shoulder and during the service walk around to evoke the experience of leaving Egypt. Persian Jews have a wonderful tradition of when it gets to the time of telling the story and to experience the slavery which we're supposed to experience, they take scallions and run around the room hitting each other with the scallions. So the entire room smells of scallions. So for Persian Jews, the smell of scallions is the smell of Pesach. So there are so many different traditions. The charoset, which we will eat tonight, largely a Ashkenazi version of it, but there are other versions of charoset, some made quite sweet in some traditions with dates and with honey and or kind of a sweet version of it. So part of the excitement of Pesach is that Jews in all different cultures, in all different moments, have observed it, in many ways absorbing the cultural norms around them, and in some ways always carrying this Haggadah of some version. And that is the secret of Jewish success all these years, that we take one piece that's extremely traditional, and we're saying the words, the same words that those Persian Jews or Romanian Jews or Jews from North Africa say, but we infuse it with our lives, with who we are, with the questions of our time, with the questions that disturb us in this moment. That makes it Pesach, because we're told, as we'll get to that part of the Haggadah, B'chol dor vador chayav adam lirot et atzmo ki'ilu hu yatsa miMitzrayim. In every generation, we're obligated to not just tell the story like it's a history lesson, but to experience it as if we were there. What does that mean? It is incumbent upon us to make this experience feel real. Now, in some moments of Jewish history, and I would argue we are in one of those moments, we don't have to use our imaginations in quite the same way to imagine what it's like to experience slavery and anti-Semitism and fear of what tomorrow will bring. Some years we have to work a little harder to use our imagination. So we're gathering, and I want to acknowledge that. We are gathering at a moment of heightened anxiety. Anxiety that is way beyond one particular place in the world or one particular moment. Here we are in New York City experiencing tremendous anxiety about what it is to be a Jew publicly on the streets of New York City. Who could have thought that would be true? Well, some people in this room are not surprised. Some people in the room know that this is a part of what it is to live in the world. Judaism and Jewish history has taught us this is always a possibility. We can't be surprised into submission, so to speak, into complete despair, into complete hopelessness. We have to say, okay, there are other Jews who've experienced this. And what has kept us alive as a people is we do this Haggadah, whatever the conditions in which we find ourselves. We celebrate our Jewish lives, no matter what the anti-Semites are doing in the outside world. We make sure that we strengthen what it is to be Jewish. And all of you here in this sanctuary or on the Zoom sanctuary joining us from all over the world, we are that answer to the biggest fears that we also have. We who have the fear inside of us and the anxiety, we also have some of the answers to those questions inside of us also. So to start this Seder, I want everybody at each table to go around as a table, introduce yourselves, make sure everybody knows the people you're seated with, and say one memory you have from another Passover. And if this is your first time doing a Passover, first time doing a Pesach Seder, share that with your table. So we're going to take a few minutes just so that each table gets to know who each other is and your names. Some of you know each other, some of you don't. We are experiencing this together as a community. So take a break, and those on live stream, in your chat, introduce yourselves, answer that question. What's a memory you have of Passover, Pesach? And if it's your first time, let us know if this is your first time at a Seder. How's everybody doing? All right, one more minute to go around the table. And we got a negotiator over here for 2 minutes. Out here so it's a little visible. All right, now 1 minute. Table 2, you got 1 minute. All right, dear friends, there will be more time for talking as the Seder goes on, but I hope everybody met and shared some memories or said this was your first time. So I'd like to honor anybody for whom this is your first Seder or your first Seder at CBST to light our Pesach candles. So don't worry, you don't have to say anything or sing anything. So please come forward if it's your first time ever at a Seder or your first time at a Seder at CBST. Welcome. Beautiful. All right, Debbie, it's you. And the blessings are found on page 24 and 25 of the Haggadah.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lehadlik ner להדליק נר של יום טוב.
And we express our deepest gratitude that for whatever reason, for whatever we've done in our life, for whatever goodness, whatever it is, We have the zechut, the merit, to have lived to this moment. So please rise in body or spirit as we sing the words of Shechianu, expressing gratitude simply for being here tonight and for being alive.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
And as you sit down, wish Chag Sameach, good Yantiv, Aziz and Pesach. Introduce yourself to someone new. Go beyond your New York anxiety around strangers. Please be seated.
Oh yeah, I'm going. So as we continue in our beginning preparations for the Seder, Joyce and I will now share one of my favorites. I don't want to speak for Joyce, but perhaps our favorite, one of our favorite songs, Seder Nacht, a Yiddish song by Israel Alter with words by Eliza Greenblatt, and the words will be on the screen.
Eliza Greenblatt, by the way, was Woody Guthrie's mother-in-law. It's an amazing relationship. Woody Guthrie married Marjorie Greenblatt, Eliza Greenblatt's daughter. And so Woody Guthrie's mother-in-law was this incredibly important, fantastic Yiddish poet, and it's her words that we're going to be singing tonight.
And you can hear each of the family members and what they're doing on this Seder Nacht. Unser Tisch steht weiß gespreht, die Silberleichter, die Arbakoises, fahren Seder als schoin gret, schmure Matzo und in weißen Kittel ongeton, öfen Wechen, Hessefbett, sitzt der Tate Eugen und die Mame bei der Seite. Und mir fragen die vier zerf der Tate Zäuber meises und mir vergafte Herren ois. Auf Odim hoinu Knecht seinen mir gewähn beim Rosho Paro in Mitzrayim. Unser Zar hat Gott der Sehn von Knechtschaft uns getan befreien. Men trinkt a Koisem, macht a Moitzi und men hebt schon an dem Tisch. Men tunkt die Moror in die Chroises und men nimmt sich zu die Fisch. Der Tade singt noch, ist freilich und schmeichelt a so lieb. Die Mame bringt Madane Melech und mir dacht, es tanzt die Stieb. Der Kos Eliyahu a Fuller steht mit reuten finkeldicken Wein. Unser Tier is auf in breit. Eliyahu Hanovi kommt allein.
Wow, that was gorgeous. Thank you so much for that. Spectacular. So the Seder itself means order, O-R-D-E-R, order. So to put something in order, because there is an order to the Seder. So we now on page 27 is the table of contents, so to speak. This describes the different elements of the Seder. And so we traditionally sing through the entire Seder. And it's a way, of course, that people would traditionally learn it by heart. If it's set to music, it's a little easier to remember it. So you'll see we're about to do Kaddish, but we're going to sing first at the very beginning of the Seder, the order of the entire evening.
Kadesh urechatz karkas yachatz magid rochza motzi matza maror korech shulchan orech tzafon barech hallel nitzah.
So the secret is, if you get antsy during the Seder, you can look at this page and you can see where it says Shulchan Orech, the meal. So we've got a ways to go before we get there. And then there's a part of the Seder which continues after the meal, which for some of you, you've never done that part. So you're welcome to expand your horizons and try and stay for that. But also I know some of you will be tired and want to leave at that point. This is freedom, remember? This is not about slavery. So if you need to leave, that's okay. None of us will be insulted. This is about celebrating an experience of autonomy. But here is the outline. So you see, so now we will begin Kadesh, but first we'll do the reading on the top of page 29. And I'd like to invite table 1. Where is table 1? Table 1. I'm going to call on different tables, so know your number. And table 1, would you read the top of the page?
Our journey from slavery to freedom, through word and song, story and ritual, questions and more questions, we will relive the story of our ancestors' exodus and liberation. We tell the story not only to preserve the memory, we tell the story because Egypt is not only one physical place. The exodus was not just one moment in time. We step in the story because of our story and the story of all people who have experienced oppression and liberation. When we recall the story of our oppression, we resolve to fight oppression everywhere. When we recall the story of our liberation, we renew our dream for freedom everywhere. Tonight, we raise our voices as individuals and members of the Seder community committed to marching together out of Egypt.
And table 2, would you read the next paragraph, and I'll hold up our Miriam's cup. Table 2.
Even as we begin our story, we know its end. Israel will leave Egypt and wander in the desert for 40 years on the way to the Promised Land. According to legend, a well of water accompanied the Israelites on their journey in the desert. This miraculous well was provided because of the merit of Miriam, the sister of Moses. She watched over her brother as he floated down the Nile, and later joined with him to lead the people across the sea. Tonight we recall the well of water as we place Miriam's cup on our Seder table. In every generation, we experience both oppression and liberation. In our wanderings, both as a people and as individuals, Miriam's well still accompanies us as a sustaining presence in the desert, enabling us not just to survive, but to thrive. Miriam's well reminds us that our journey has both direction and destination, to a place where freedom is proclaimed for all.
The power and need for water is basic to the human experience. And we know tonight, as we sit here, that there are over 130 still held hostage in the tunnels of Gaza. So we at CBST, we have up behind Joyce on the platform there, symbolically 5 or 6 faces of hostages who are still in captivity with the chairs empty. And with that, we remember all of them, and we are holding them in our hearts and in our prayers and praying for their safety and their deliverance. In this holiday of liberation from slavery to freedom, it's particularly poignant that there are Jews who are so profoundly in captivity. In this holiday in which we celebrate moving from slavery to liberation, we're aware that Israel and Hamas are at war at this moment. And so many innocent Gazans are suffering so profoundly. And part of the message of Pesach over and over again is to remember that we were strangers once and to try to make sure no one else is. And perhaps the truth, the deepest truth, is there is not one people who is Pharaoh and one people who is Moses. It's not true for us as individuals. None of us is entirely Moses. None of us is entirely Pharaoh. We each have both inside of us. Life is not full of those binaries. So we have to pray as we look at the story of Pesach, to look at the story of Pharaoh also and to learn from that story, and we'll talk about that more in the Magid section, and to celebrate the possibility that the human spirit and the human experience ultimately please God with God's help and with us as agents of God to help those who are enslaved, who are in captivity, who are suffering, to become free. And we continue with the Festival Kiddush on page 32. Please rise in body or spirit. And you'll notice the words are a little different because we're using this Haggadah, so follow along. If you know it, you'll see those differences. And this is for Yontiv, not for Shabbat. So the melody is different.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, borei peri hagafen.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kera'atnu la'avodato, v'romemanu b'kedushato, v'kiddeshanu b'mitzvotav, v'atitein lanu Adonai Eloheinu be'ahava, moadim lesimcha, chagim uzmanim lesason. Et yom chag hamatzot hazeh, zman cherutenu mikra kodesh, zecher litziat Mitzrayim, ki eleinu karata, ve'otanu kidashta le'avodatecha, u'moadei kodshecha, besimcha u'sason hinachaltanu. Baruch atah Adonai, Mekadesh Yisrael v'hazmanim. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, shehecheyanu v'kiyemanu v'higyanu la'zman hazeh.
Please be seated. The salt water of Karpas represents the tears shed by the Israelites while they were enslaved. This year, the violence and the terror of October 7th and the ongoing Israeli-Hamas war have brought unprecedented pain, tears, and suffering to both Israelis and Palestinians. Too many on all sides of this conflict feel locked in, enslaved to this perpetual violence and terrible political leadership. Sometimes we can become numb in the face of so much pain. How might the ritual of Karpas help open the gates of tears to the trauma we've been witness to? This has been a time of tears and mourning for all of us. How might expressing our own grief allow us to better understand the plight of the Israelites and the plight of those in the land of Israel today? Karpas also represents the two elements of Passover. One is the historical story of escaping slavery and moving towards liberation. And the other is that this is a celebration of springtime. Chag HaAviv, the holiday of spring. And in fact, I wore special socks today to celebrate that element of Pesach. Spring is a celebration of things that have been buried deep underground that are not visible. It's a miracle. It's a miracle that the buds come out of the hard soil of wintertime, and it revives our belief in the possible. So we celebrate spring with singing of Shir HaShirim, a song from Song of Songs, page 140, which is the traditional song of Megillah of Pesach, the celebration of love and the possibilities when you've been so frozen and so harshly shut down. Page 140. Thank you so much, Judy, who didn't expect to be enlisted that way. The blessing for Karpas on page 36, I believe. 37. Take a vegetable from your plate, parsley perhaps, and dunk it into the salt water. So it represents both the holding of the new and the possibility, dipping it into the tears, recognizing that most things in life are hard. Let's face it, right, Donna Gray? Right? But from suffering comes great beauty and great things. So we dip the parsley, the sign of new life and of new beginnings, into the salt water, and we say the blessing on the top of page 37. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei pri ha'adama. Blessed are you, Eternal One, our God, sovereign of all worlds, who creates the fruit of the earth. Page 40. Yachatz, we're up to Yachatz, the breaking of the middle matzah. But let's have table 3. Would you read the Tamara Cohen reading on the bottom of page 40, page 3, bottom of page 40. That's you, table 3. Bottom of page 40, last paragraph, page 40.
Filled with seed raisins and crowned with shiny braids. Rushed and neglected, not needed by caring hands. We grow up afraid that any touch might cause a break. There are some ingredients we never receive. Tonight, let us bless our cracked surfaces and sharp edges, unafraid to see our brittleness and brave enough to see our beauty. Reaching for wholeness, let us piece together parts of ourselves we have found and honor all that is building.
Thank you so much, table 3. That was beautifully done. Really beautifully done. Okay, now take the middle matzah. You have the matzah like this. Not the middle matzah. No. Look at me, everybody. The middle matzah inside this. That's just for eating. The middle matzah take the middle matzah. Remove the middle matzah. Okay, remove the middle matzah. Break it in 2. Uneven sizes is good. The larger size of my middle matzah is going to become the afikomen. Set that aside. And take the smaller size and put it back in between the other two. Following? Pencils down. Matzah is central to the Seder and to Pesach because it's one of the few things we modern people do that's actually in the Bible. Most of what we do for Passover isn't in the Bible. So when we hold up a matzah, we're touching thousands of years of our people's traditions and history. And we're connecting back to the Israelites who rushed out of Egypt so fast, they didn't have time for the bread to rise. What is leaven after all? Leaven helps the bread become what we know of as bread. But the rabbis, in their wisdom, understood it's also a metaphor. And it also can be the things that puff us up and create things like pride that gets excessive. And that sometimes we have to remove the pride to be able to see ourselves in the world in which we live. Sometimes removing chametz is about that process of removing the things that prevent us from seeing us and the world as it should be, perhaps. And chametz is also interesting because it's not forbidden all year long, like for us as Jews, and I know not everybody observes this, but for instance, something like pork. We're never supposed to eat pork. But this is something that we can eat all year long, chametz, except for Pesach. So it's taking something that's normally okay to eat and saying there's a time of year that even something normal we do differently. And we try to remove the elements that are so natural to us that they prevent us from actually seeing things new or fresh, or with a different perspective. So we continue with we've now done yachatz of breaking the matzah. And Magid is the central section of the Haggadah in that it's the Magid, which means literally lahagid, to tell, the same shoresh, the same root as the word itself for Haggadah. Haggadah is the story or the telling of the story, and Magid means to tell, to speak, to be the speaker, to be the one who tells this story. So on page 41, we begin the telling of the story, this section of the Haggadah, by lifting up you take a piece of matzah out from the hiddenness, and you hold the piece up. One person at each place, hold this up, and we begin on the top of page 41. This is the bread of our poverty, which our ancestors ate in the land of Egypt. Let all who are hungry come and eat. Let all who are in need come and celebrate Pesach. Now we are here, next year in the land of Israel. Now we are slaves, next year we will be free. Keep it up in the air, folks. Back. Come back to that matzah. It is at the center of our story. Table 4, page 42. Please read that paragraph.
The 4 questions asked by the youngest child are exactly the same. Why do we ask them year after year? To ask questions is to signal our desire to grow. By admitting what we do not know, to take the first steps towards greater knowledge and learning. To ask questions is to signify our freedom.
Now I want to ask you, what questions do you have? I want you to take a minute or 2 minutes in your tables to say, what is your question tonight about the human condition? 2 minutes. Among yourselves at your table. What is your question about the human condition? Fill your second cup of wine or grape juice. Yes. All right, let me hear some of your questions about the human condition. Lewis.
I've been involved for social justice since the 1960s when JFK was elected. My question, where is Hashem now? Why
Where is Hashem now? Where is God now?
so different now?
Okay, thank you, Lewis. Your question is, where is God now?
Yes.
That's a profound question of our moment. Who else has a question to share from your table? Yes.
Basically, you just had one question.
Can you just stand just a little, if you
We
can?
only had really one question. Who has the answer to those questions?
Who has the answer to these questions? Another table? What's a question from your table?
Why are we here?
Why are we here? Yes.
How do we go forward as a society having access to so much information but struggling so much to know what is true?
How do we go forward as a society with access to so much information but struggling to know what's true? Beautiful. Yes. Why do bigots bigot? Why do they enjoy it so much? Beautiful question. Yes.
Mine is, what are our obligations at this point in history when things are falling apart around us? What is our personal obligation?
In this point in history, when things are falling apart around us, what is our obligation? Beautiful. A couple more? Yes.
Well, it's kind of what had me stop hosting for the first time in 25 years is the question that we're dealing, that I'm dealing with in the state of this year, which is Netanyahu's insanity for the last 20 years aside. How do you reconcile a liberal democracy with a Jewish state?
How do you reconcile a liberal democracy with a Jewish state? Important question. Yes.
How do you stick to your convictions when the world is telling you you're wrong?
How do you stick to your convictions when the world is telling you you're wrong? Yes, Judy.
Yeah, how do you continue to focus on yourself instead of how they are?
How do you focus on yourself instead of how they are? Well, one more question. Yes, Noemi?
If we're to welcome the stranger, where is the empathy?
If we're to welcome the stranger, where is the empathy? Beautiful questions. Thank you, everybody. And now we go to the formula questions, but these questions are here to remind us the point is to ask questions, and that this is the center of our story. And so I'm delighted to invite Aviv to ask the questions. Traditionally, it's the youngest person present, and we, those of us who are not the youngest, are here to be open to the questions and to be able to support the questions being asked. So Aviv, would you join us?
מה נשתנה הלילה זה מכל הלילות, מכל הלילות, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים חמץ ומצה, חמץ ומצה. הלילה זה, הלילה זה, כולו מצה. הלילה זה, הלילה זה, כולו מצה. שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים שאר ירקות, שאר ירקות. הלילה זה, הלילה זה, מרור, מרור. הלילה זה, הלילה זה, מרור, מרור. שבכל הלילות איננו מטבילין אפילו פעם אחת, אפילו פעם אחת. הלילה זה, הלילה זה, שתי פעמים. הלילה זה, הלילה זה, שתי פעמים. שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים בין יושבין ובין מסובין, בין יושבין ובין מסובין. הלילה זה, הלילה זה, כולנו מסובין. הלילה זה, הלילה זה, כולנו מסובין.
Page 46. No? Oh. So there are two settings for the Fir Kashas, and now we'll do the Ashkenazi version. That was the Israeli version, Sephardi version.
שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים חמץ ומצה. הלילה הזה כולו מצה. שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים שאר ירקות. הלילה הזה שבכל הלילות אין אנו מטבילין אפילו פעם אחת. הלילה הזה שתי פעמים. שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים בין יושבין ובין מסובין. הלילה הזה כולנו מסובין.
An interpretive Manishtana by Sam Wall. What needs to change so the world as it is can wake up? What needs to change so the world as it is can love us? What needs to change right now so we can breathe? What needs to change so our sisters and brothers can be as free as we are? What needs to be changed so that we could be free right now? What needs to be changed in our voices, our postures, our pacing? What needs to change in how we try to change our bodies? What needs to change in our newspapers and in our budgets? What needs to change in our language and in our bedrooms? What needs to change in how we look in the mirror? What needs to change so that I have a voice and you have ears? I know what needs to change, and you will know what needs to change, and we will be that change. Page 46. I think we're up to table number 5. Table number 5, would you read the paragraph in the middle of page 46?
We were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt. The eternal one, our God, brought us out from there with a strong hand and an outstretched arm. Had God not taken our ancestors out of Egypt, then we and our children and our children's children would still be enslaved to Pharaoh in Egypt. And even if all of us were wise scholars, all of us were sages, all of us were experienced in the ways of the world, all knowledgeable in Torah, it would still be our responsibility to tell about the exodus from Egypt. Whoever expands upon the story of the exodus from Egypt is worthy of praise.
Next, we sing a song in Yiddish. The song's entitled Avodim Hoyinu, very close to Avadim Hayinu. It's a retelling of the story of being slaves. It's sung as kind of a mantra, as a teaching tool, and it describes the oppression of the slaves, and it asks at the very end, it says, Doires kumen und doires gehen. The generations come, the generations go. And it asks, will redemption ever really come? Avodim Hayinu by Lazar Weiner.
Schlafen seinen mir gewähn, Goramol in Land Mitzrayim. Teures kommen und vergehen, nicht gewähn, wer es soll befreien. Haben wir dem Lehm geknoten, Ziegel machten vor dem Mäuer in die Herzen von die Sklaven, hat geglied der Zar und Treue. Avodim Hoyinu. Pfeift der Mitchers bei Schafrukens, schneit sich in dem Leib mit Zorn. Paare heißt in Teich der Trinken, wer da Ingel noch geboren. So hat gebrennt die Sonne von Misrach über Plätze stumm gebeugen und der ohnmächtige Zorn hat gelietet in die Augen. sich in Lehm verknoten und die Sklaven schweigen stummen. Deures kommen, deures gehen, wird amor die Geule kommen. Avodim hoi.
Bottom of page 46. 46, bottom of page 46. Number 4 is found throughout the Haggadah, and one of the places, of course, is the 4 cups of wine that we'll drink, or grape juice, and then there are the 4 children that we explore the themes. Now again, this doesn't mean they're all separate human beings. It's a tipus, it's a type that we understand as a way to understand the world, and most of us embody pieces of all of them. It's not that there is a wise one over here and an evil one over here and a simple one over here. Usually we have all of them inside of us. And the question is, which one do we nurture? Which one do we nourish? How do we make sure the one that we understand perhaps to be the one that's needed in the world, for instance, the wisdom, the ability to ask questions, gets the nourishment to be that person? It's rare that it does exist. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, that a person is only one of them. But more often, we're pretty messy. And part of what we do in our tradition is to acknowledge that messiness and ask how we can bring to the foreground one piece of ourselves and move to the background other pieces. And that's maybe the best we can do with the parts of ourselves that are less than perfect. We have to accept them, but try and find a way that the better parts of ourselves, the wiser parts, the more thoughtful, the deeper, the less reactive, the less angry, the less stupid, we put a little bit in the background. And it's a struggle every single day. So when we read about these 4 children, we're really talking about ourselves and really thinking about ourselves. In which way are we the wise child? In which way are we the wicked child? In which way are we the simple child? And in which way are we the silent one? So as we read these, that's the question the Haggadah poses to us, because it's essential to understanding liberation, and liberation that's both spiritual and liberation that's quite actually physical. So we will read on page 50. Joyce, Cantor Rosen, and I will read these different paragraphs.
What does the wise child ask? What is the meaning of the decrees, the laws, and rules that the Eternal One, our God, has commanded us? You should tell this child all the laws of Pesach down to the very last detail, saying that nothing should be eaten after the Afikoman. So what does it mean to be a wise child? It means to be fully engaged in the community, to know the limits of your understanding, to be able to search for the answers to that which you do not know. At different points in our lives, we have been this child, inquisitive, caring, eager to learn and to understand, willing to ask for information we do not have, hopeful that an answer can be found.
What does the wicked child ask? What does this ritual mean to you? To you and not to this child, since this child withdraws from the community and denies God's role in the Exodus. Challenge the child by replying, "This is done because of what the Eternal One did for me when I went out of Egypt, for me and not for you. Had you been there, you would not have been redeemed." What does it mean to be a wicked child? It means to stand apart from the community, to feel alienated and alone, depending only on yourself, to have little trust in the people around you to help you or answer your questions. At different points in our lives, we have been this child, detached, suspicious, challenging.
What does the simple child ask? What is this? You shall say to that child, "It was with a mighty hand that the Eternal One brought us out of Egyptian bondage." What does it mean to be a simple child? It means to see only one layer of meaning, to ask the most basic of questions, to be too innocent or impatient to grasp complicated questions. At different points in our lives, we have all been this child, simply curious and innocently unaware of the complexities around us. To the child who does not know enough to ask, you should begin as it is written. You shall explain to your child on that day, "It is because of what the Eternal One did for me when I went free from Egypt." What does it mean to be a silent child? This can be the child of the wicked child, 2 generations removed from the Jewish community and no longer even able to criticize, only able to stand mute. It can be the passive child who just shows up, or it can be the child whose spiritual life is based on faith, not rational argument, the child who hears something deeper than words, who knows how to be silent and to listen to the surrounding silence. Because at different times in our lives, we are wise and wicked, simple and silent. These 4 children represent the different aspect of ourselves. We hear their voices and their questions as we tell the story of the Exodus. If you have finished your wine or grape juice, please refill your cup. Page 52. My father was a wandering Aramean. He went down to Egypt with meager numbers and sojourned there, but there he became a great and populous nation. The book of Dvarim. Arami Oved. We now turn to the plagues, and before we say the traditional plagues, we're always asked, what are the plagues in our world today? I'm not sure we could keep them to 10. But let's say, shout out, let's start over in this part of the room, and let's consider what are the contemporary plagues in our world today. Over this part of the room?
Hate.
Hate.
Hey,
Hate. I'm repeating, by the way, so the live stream can hear. And in live stream, please write in the chat, what are the contemporary plagues that curse our world today? Hate. Online bullying. Climate change. Today is Earth Day, by the way. Celebration of spring, Earth Day, yes. Disinformation. That is a plague. Numbness. Sorry, I didn't hear that. AIDS. Indeed. Misogyny. Moving over here. Anybody in the middle area? War. Transphobia. Anti-Semitism. Islamophobia.
Conflict-related sexual violence.
Conflict-related sexual violence. Lust for power. Indifference. Racism. Poverty. Mass incarceration. Self-righteousness. Fascism. Donald Trump. Hunger. Hamas. Greed. Cruelty. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Non-voters. Lack of good political choices. Apathy. I'm sorry, what? Grieving. Ageism. Despair. Violent speech. I'm sorry, what was that? Depression, yes. Addiction. Ignorance. Loneliness. Hopelessness. Oh, homelessness. I would say hopelessness too, but you said homelessness. The opioid crisis. Pollution of all kinds. Anxiety. Sharon, in the chat, are there any that you want to share that you could, I don't know how to do it with live stream. I don't think you can do it that way. Okay, sorry. We can't do it technologically. Thank you. Sorry. But on live stream, please share those contemporary plagues. I mix up live stream and Zoom. You know, it's...
There is a technology to convert text into voice, but that's for...
Okay, that's way beyond us. We're the simple children here at CBST, and Jason is the wise child, but we haven't given him an opportunity or time to do it. So I hope the live stream sanctuary is sharing among yourselves. Well, we're covered with plagues, and that is part of our tradition. Says we can't turn away, we have to acknowledge it, and then we have to find that space to be able to find the antidotes, which are founded in our traditions and as the Haggadah goes on. So on page 61, we recite the tradition. Make sure your cups are full. We recite the 10 traditional plagues of the Chumash, of the Bible. But with each plague, tradition is that we remove one drop of our beautiful, delicious wine to show the sadness of the plagues themselves, and also to express the sorrow that in the course of the plagues, people are hurt. So, a tip, everybody. Don't lick your finger afterwards because these are plagues, okay? So, try to remember when we're done, you don't lick, you just use a napkin to wipe your finger. Okay, it's just, it's just one of those things. So we're going to do the plagues in Hebrew and English. So we say each word in Hebrew and then that word in English so everybody can participate. And we take, if you have a plate, you can put the plagues on your plate with a finger, okay? Dam, blood. Sifardea, frogs. Kinim, lice. Arov, beasts. Dever, cattle plague. Shchin, boils. Barad, hail. Did I miss one? No. Arbeh, locusts. Choshech, darkness. Makat bechorot, death of the firstborn. The wise child says, join me at the bottom of the page of 61. The wise child says, we spill the wine from our cup because our salvation came at the expense of the suffering of others. At the crossing of the sea, the ministering angels wanted to sing praises to God, but God silenced them, saying, my children are drowning in the sea, and you want to sing before me? The vengeful child says, we spill the wine from the cup because our blood has been spilled. There was a dispute in heaven about how much mercy God should show the Egyptians until the angel Gabriel showed God a brick from Egypt with a baby entombed in it. Master of the world, thus did they enslave the Israelites. God immediately sentenced the Egyptians and drowned them in the sea. The innocent child says, we spilled the wine from the cup because our blood was spilled and their blood was spilled. We are all diminished when blood is shed. The unaware child enjoys spilling the drops. Page 61, on the side of the page, on the upper left corner of the page.
One day King Pharaoh awoke in his bed. There were frogs in his bed. There were frogs on his head, frogs on his nose, and frogs on his toes. Frogs here, frogs there. Frogs were jumping everywhere. One morning when Pharaoh awoke in his bed, there were frogs on his head.
Page 63.
When Israel was in Egypt land, let my people go. Oppressed so hard they could not stand. Let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell Pharaoh, let my people go.
In this season, we are praying so hard for those of our people and those who are not Jewish, who are held in captivity in Gaza. We plead with God, let my people go. Avinu Shabashamayim, our loving guardian in heaven, our rock and redeemer, bless and protect the land of Israel and all who dwell within it. We urgently pray that those held hostage in Gaza will return home to their loved ones. And we pray for ongoing healing for those who have been released. We pray to see the day when Israelis and Palestinians, Jews and Christians and Muslims will dwell under their fig trees and grapevines, whether in Tel Aviv, Ramallah, or Gaza City, and no one will make them afraid. As the Kol Neshama community prays, please grant us the space to shatter into pieces and the spirit to be rebuilt anew. May there be safety, justice, self-determination, hope, and a healthy future for all, B'karov Yameinu, speedily and in our days, and let us say, Amen. Achenu kol Beit Yisrael, as for our brothers, the whole house of Israel, who are given over to trouble or captivity, whether they abide on the sea or on the land, may the All-Present have mercy upon them and bring them forth from trouble to enlargement, from darkness to light, from subjugation to redemption, now, speedily, at a near time. Achenu kol Beit Yisrael.
Sarah.
Please read with us on page 63. Then Miriam the prophetess, Aaron's sister, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her in dance with timbrels. Miriam chanted for them, "Sing to the Eternal One, for God has triumphed gloriously. Horse and driver God has hurled into the sea." We sing these words on page 64. This is the moment not to celebrate the destruction of enemies, but to celebrate the possibility of being in the middle of a struggle. And we have to have the power to be able to express gratitude for the distance we've come, even when we're so aware of how far is yet to go. And this is the struggle that we're in right now in this moment in history. How do we hold on to the possibilities of expressing and feeling some gratitude in this? We're in the middle of the desert. We have not arrived at the promised land. The entire story of the Haggadah is in the middle of the desert. We have not arrived at the promised land, but we have to find ways to be able to celebrate the small victories, the large victories, but to be able to know there is a way to go. Miriam's song, page 64.
And the women dancing with their timbrels followed Miriam as she sang her song. Sing a song to the one whom we've exalted. Miriam and the women danced and danced the whole night long. And Miriam was a weaver of unique variety. The tapestry she wove was one which sang our history. With every thread and every strand she crafted her delight. A woman touched with spirit, she dances to the light. And the women dancing with their timbrels followed Miriam as she sang her song. Sing a song to the one whom we've exalted. Miriam and the women danced and danced all night long. As Miriam stood upon the shores and gazed across the sea, the wonder of this miracle she soon came to believe. Whoever thought the sea would part with an outstretched hand, and we would pass to freedom and march to the promised land. And the women dancing with their timbrels followed Miriam as she sang her song. Sing a song to the one whom we've exalted. Miriam and the women danced and danced the whole night long. And Miriam the prophet took her timbrel in her hand, and all the women followed her just as she had planned. And Miriam raised her voice with song, she sang with praise and might. We've just lived through a miracle, we're going to dance tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the women dancing with their timbrels followed Miriam as she sang her song. Sing a song to the one whom we've exalted. Miriam and the women danced and danced the whole night long. And the women dancing with their timbrels followed Miriam as she sang her song. Sing a song to the one whom we've exalted. Miriam and the women danced and danced the whole night long.
When the natural world is cared for and protected for the benefit of all, Dayenu. When all wars stop and nations are disarmed, Dayenu. When none are poor while others are rich, Dayenu. When Jews and Muslims can live together in community, Dayenu. When all the workers of the world can enjoy the fruits of their labor, Dayenu. When all families can live without fear of deportation or detention, Dayenu. when all people can live in freedom regardless of religious beliefs, immigration status, race, sexual orientation, or gender, Dayenu. Dayenu serves a little bit as our aspirational dream and the ability to know that we are or have experienced slavery, but also we're able to dream of the possibilities of a future, of a promised land, and help to make it so. Page 69, Dayenu.
Ilu hotzianu mi Mitzrayim, hotzianu mi Mitzrayim, dayenu, 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 dayenu. Ilu natan lanu et hashabat, natan lanu et hashabat, dayenu, 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 dayenu. Ilu natan lanu et haTorah, natan lanu et haTorah, dayenu, dayenu, oh dayenu, 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 dayenu.
So much of the story of the Exodus, of the leaving slavery and going to freedom, has been foundational for peoples throughout human history to understand this story of giving meaning to suffering and hope to the possibility of freedom. And black theology in the Christian church has focused very much on Exodus theology rather than Easter or suffering theology of Jesus on the cross. Of course, it's there, but for the enslaved Africans in this country, the Exodus story was at the center of giving hope and possibilities for freedom that was not felt for 400 years, either by the Israelites or for the African slaves here in the United States. This Exodus story is at the center of both giving explanation and also imagining the possibilities of change. And so we share this. The Exodus story in the Quran is a very significant part of the Quran as well. So we have an excerpt chanted by Kujegi Kamara, a dear friend of CBST, reminding us that Muslims and Jews share more than divide us. And we have to keep reminding ourselves of the possibilities of what that would mean, to appreciate and to deeply be in community with the vast number of Muslims who see the possibility for freedom tied to our freedom. Not all Arabs, of course, are Muslims. Many Arabs are Christians, and not all Muslims are Arab. We have to always remember the majority of Muslims in this world are not Arab at all. We have to become deeper than the simplistic, superficial disinformation. Somebody used that as one of our plagues that exists. And we, in this Pesach time, have to recommit ourselves to a freedom that will be fundamentally only one when we understand how our worlds, our lives, our future are intertwined one with the other. So symbolically, perhaps, but very importantly, let's listen to the story of the Exodus, an excerpt chanted in Arabic.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace to you all. My name is Kujeji Kamara, and I'm a program manager at the Muslim Community Network here in New York City. MCN and CBST have a wonderful and long-standing partnership. I'm so honored and grateful to be a part of your Passover Seder today. Prophet Musa is an important prophet in Islam, and the story of the exodus from Egypt is recounted in great detail in the Quran. Prophet Moses, also known as Prophet Musa, is actually the prophet mentioned the most often by name in the Holy Quran. Many Muslim families name their sons after the prophet Moses. For example, I have a brother who goes by the name of Musa. Today I'm going to be reading from Surah 7, the chapter called Al-A'raf, or the Heights, that recounts the cry of the Egyptians to Moses as they were struck by the plagues, how the Pharaoh was brought low, and how the children of Israel were brought across the sea. I will begin my recitation with 2 verses calling upon God, as we begin everything we do in the name of God, and then I will move into the text. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فأرسلنا عليهم الطوفان والجراد والقمل والضفادع والدم آيات مفصلات فاستكبروا وكانوا قوما مجرمين ولما وقع عليهم الرجز قالوا يا موسى ادع لنا ربك بما عهد عندك لئن كشفت عنا الرجز لنؤمنن لك ولنرسلن معك بني إسرائيل فلما كشفنا عنهم الرجز إلى أجل هم بالغوه إذا هم ينكثون فانتقمنا منهم فأغرقناهم باليم بأنهم كذبوا بآياتنا وكانوا عنها غافلين وأورثنا القوم الذين كانوا يستضعفون مشارق الأرض ومغاربها التي باركنا فيها وتمت كلمة ربك الحسنى على بني إسرائيل بما صبروا ودمرنا ما كان يصنع فرعون وقومه وما كانوا يعرشون وجاوزنا ببني إسرائيل البحر فأتوا على قوم يعكفون على أصنام لهم قالوا يا موسى اجعل لنا إلها كما لهم آلهة قال إنكم قوم تجهلون. Thank you so much.
Page 70. B'chol dor vador chayav adam. In every generation, it is incumbent upon us to understand that we are a part of this story, that this is our story, and we have come all these distances together throughout time and throughout space. Page 70.
כאילו
In the Magid section, we learn how an entire people were oppressed, but we also learn how they want their freedom. It took courage, resistance, civil disobedience, leadership, and direct action, and a little divine intervention. We must continue to fight for our freedom and the freedom of all humanity. We will celebrate this together. What are our favorite ways to resist? Art, unions, self-sufficiency, tabling, skateboarding, questioning, living, yelling, books, organizing. Therefore, we should work, page 71. Speak out, strive, and fight for the redemption of all the peoples of the world. As it is written, you shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the feelings of the stranger, having been yourself strangers in the land of Egypt. Then the power of your rule will repair the world, and all the creatures of flesh will call on your name, as it is written. A time is coming when I will send a famine upon the land, not a hunger for bread or a thirst for water, but for hearing the words of the Eternal One. So let justice well up like water and righteousness like an unfailing stream. And then we will sing a new song. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation. Let them no longer learn ways of war. And let us say, hallelujah. Bottom of page 71. Page 74 on the upper right part of the page. And what table are we up to? 6. Table 6. Would you read that, please? It starts with gratitude.
Gratitude is a very important deliberation process. Like acceptance, gratitude roots us in the present moment. It is a spiritual tool that frees us from the human tendency to suffer because of our unfulfilled desires and cravings. The bondage of this setback can be broken with praise and gratitude for what we have received. This unleashes energy, produces happiness, and leads to more gratitude. The law is about
Yes, you can do that paragraph.
that about self-satisfaction. The latter makes us complacent and lethargic, but the former can only expand our dedication to principles that God's goodness represents in our lives. Our praise of God can motivate us to do God's work in the world, the work of liberation, love, and justice.
Psalm 114, beginning Hallel, page 74.
Hayta Yehuda hayam Kitanus hayarden Tisov leachor Heharim Tirkedu che'elim Gevaot Kivnei tzon Milifnei Adon Chuli aretz Milifnei Eloah Yaakov Ahofchi Hatzor Agamayim Chalamish Lemaino Mayim
We're about to say the blessing over the second cup of wine, and there are 4, remember. So before the meal, we do these two cups. And I read from the words of Rabbi Sharon Brous. We stand at this threshold. We are telling a story that reignites our imagination every year, that reminds us that the world can look different than it does, that insists that every human being can live with dignity and with love. This story has for generations held our most stubborn and audacious insistence that peace, justice, and liberation are not fantasy but reality, that we, every one of us, are called to be partners in our own redemption story. We have to transition from the mundane of our work lives to the holy and hopeful of this holiday. This year, we find ourselves collectively standing at a threshold. Like the first signs of spring after a long, dark winter, we yearn to embrace new possibilities, to chart a brave new course. It will take courage, faith, and love to make our shared dreams a reality. We have to wash away our bitterness and resentment, our exhaustion and our narrow-mindedness and our cynicism. It is only then that we can begin to reconnect with a world of expansive possibility. Would table 8, we're up to 7 or 8? 7, would table 7, sorry about that, oof. Top of page 77, everybody please fill your second cup of wine or grape juice and read the paragraph before the blessing on page 77.
We drink the second cup in honor of redemption, even as we acknowledge the continuing struggle and the unknown road through the desert.
Together, Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Borei Peri HaGafen. We arrive at the section on page 79 in which we're going to separate into our individual tables, and it would be good for one person at each table to be the leader for this section. The instructions are clear, and you'll read through out loud, or the leader will read the paragraphs, and you'll see what the instructions are. For the Netilat Yadayim of saying the blessing over washing hands, on your table, you have a pitcher that says hand washing water, and there should be a bowl. Some are this size and some are larger. And one person should go around the table and pour over each person's fingers and hands a little bit of the water, and then together as a table, you'll say the blessing. I think I might have to... And so folks on the online, you have the Haggadah as well, the link for the Haggadah, so you can read through. And if you're with a group of people, you can do that with each other. If you're alone, now is the time to wash your hands ritually and then recite the blessing, which is in the middle of page 79. Everybody clear about the instructions? Once you finish the hand washing, I'll come over there. Once you finish the hand washing, then you turn to page 80. And as you keep going as a table, all the way to page 85, following the instructions, one person being leader at each table and organizing things. But the instructions are all there, and read through out loud the paragraphs together. We do have gluten-free matzah. Who asked for gluten-free matzah? How's everybody doing? How do you like that horseradish? Who knows how to say horseradish in Yiddish? Who knows the Yiddish word for horseradish? Chrein. Chrein. Yes, excellent. So chrein is horseradish. Woo! That is like I am, how shall we say, cleaning out. My pores are, woo! Is everybody up to page 85? Who thinks this is the hottest horseradish you've ever had? Woo! No, we've got some no's. You don't think so? I'm not sure I could eat hot horseradish chrein that's hotter than that. Woo! Is everybody up to page 85? How are your tables doing? What? You're still eating the sandwiches. Okay, for those who have finished, read with me on page 87 as we prepare for the Shulchan Aruch, the eating of the meal. The last reading, Michael Walzer, the great political philosopher who wrote the great book about Exodus. Join with me. So pharaonic oppression, deliverance, Sinai, and Canaan are still with us. Powerful memories shaping our perceptions of the political world. The door of hope is still open. Things are not what they might be. Even when they might be isn't totally different than what they are. We still believe, or many of us do, what the Exodus first taught, or what it has commonly been taken to teach about the meaning and possibility of politics and about its proper form. First, that wherever you live, it is probably Egypt. Second, there is a better place, a world more attractive, a promised land. And third, the way to the land is through the wilderness, and there is no way to get from here to there except by joining together and marching. So folks, with that we complete the first half of the Seder, the first 2 cups of wine, and I'm going to ask you table by table to go to the lobby where the buffet is ready with fabulous food, and we're thrilled with the caterer that we're using tonight, and we want to be generous and gracious and full of gratitude to all the servers and the chef who is out there. So please make sure to be full of gratitude and graciousness, and we're going to start with tables 1, 2, and 3 to go outside and to begin the buffet line. Do they need their plates? do a big thank you to the staff and thank them for the great dinner and for taking such good care of us tonight. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. All right, so we're going to resume in a minute, so make sure you clear off enough to be able to resume. Get a Haggadah back. We're going back. And I'm so proud of those of you who are hanging in there. You know, the Mishnah says that you're supposed to do the Seder until it's time to recite Shema in the morning. Who's ready to go till about 5 o'clock in the morning, okay? I know. Table 7 is ready. How's everybody doing on live stream? How was your dinner? What did you have? Can't hear anything. It's kind of nice. So, Jason, how many did you say are online? 400 something? What? 425? 445 computers online. We're very happy to have you joining us. What? That's why I said computer. I can't do that. Once there was a wicked, wicked man, and Haman was his name, sir. Oh no, wrong holiday. Wrong holiday, okay. Kol Nidre. Oh, wrong holiday. Before we are returning together, and before we do Birkat Hamazon, the blessing for after we eat, we have to find the afikomen. The afikomen is that half of the matzah we broke at the very beginning, which I hid, and we can't continue until we find the afikomen. No, it has to be the one I hid, not yours, Yelena. So you have to find it. It's somewhere in this room. It's in this room, and it's wrapped in the matzah cover. So you have to find the afikomen before we can continue, before we can finish the Seder. It's in this room. It's not in the balcony. Yeah, so it's on this, so that it's accessible for anybody to find it. Judy, did you see me hide it? So, Judy, we have a gift for you. You get an afikomen gift. Okay. All right, Judy found the afikomen, so we can continue. Thank you, Judy Hollander. You get a corner? Oh, a quarter. All right, Judy has a song. Before we do Birkat Hamazon, the musicians are schmoozing. Who enjoyed the dinner? Fabulous. That's Simply Divine, the caterer. Judy Marlowe is one of the best kosher caterers in the city. All right, Judy Ribnick, we're all yours. Oh, you need my mic.
Okay, 3 parts. First part. Lots of matzah, lots of matzah, lots of matzah, lots. Let's all eat it up. Lots of matzah, lots of matzah, lots of matzah, lots. Let's all eat it. Second part. Oh, let's all eat it up. Lots of matzah. Let's all eat it up. Okay, second part. Maror makes me cry. Chrein. Maror makes me cry. 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 And you can do it with feeling like this. Okay. Maror makes me. There you go.
Maror makes me cry. Maror makes me cry. Frogs here. Frogs here. Okay, frogs there. Frogs are everywhere.
Okay, next song, Rabbi. Okay, Cantor, this is your part. Macaroons, mac, 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 mac. Macaroon, mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 mac. Macaroons. Let's hear you. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, mac, mac. Okay, you guys stay with the cantor. Macaroons. Mac, 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 mac. Lots of matzah, lots of matzah, lots of matzah, lots. Let's all eat them up. Matz of matzah, lots of matzah, lots of matzah, lots. Let's all eat them up. Lots. Come here, I need your help. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 mac. Stand up for a second, Leah. Follow, what's your name? Follow Lucas. Let's all eat them up. Maror makes me cry. Maror makes me cry. Maror makes me cry. Maror makes me cry. I don't hear you. Maror makes me cry. Maror makes me cry. Maror makes me cry. Maror makes me cry. Macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. Mac, 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 macaroons. matzah, lots of matzah, lots. Let's all eat 'em up. Lots of matzah, lots of matzah, lots of matzah, lots. Let's all eat 'em up.
Candles burning all night long. Pesach, oh Pesach. The Maccabee fought the Greek. Oh, wrong holiday. Free. All right. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Made it out of clay, and when it's dry and ready, then dreidel all will play. Frogs here, frogs there. Okay, moving along. Now we do Birkat Hamazon, starting on page 92, when we take a minute to actually express gratitude for the food we ate, for all of the sources of the food, and we begin with the special psalm for holidays, found on page 92.
חבריי נברך.
יהי שם אדוני מבורך מעתה ועד עולם.
יהי שם אדוני מבורך מעתה ועד עולם. ברשות הרב, ברשות החזן, ברשות המיוזיק דירקטור, ברשות אליהו ומרים, ברשות כל המסביבים כאן, with the permission of all here. נברך אלוהינו שחרנו משלו.
ברוך אלוהינו שחרנו משלו, ובטובו חיינו.
ברוך אלוהינו שחרנו משלו, ובטובו חיינו. ברוך הוא וברוך שמו.
Page 94.
ברוך אתה אדוני, אלוהינו מלך העולם, עזן את העולם כולו בטובו, בחן בחסד וברחמים. הוא נותן לחם לכל בשר, כי לעולם חסדו, לעולם חסדו. ובטובו Seder bara, Baruch atah Adonai, Join me in the English. Shall we thank you, eternal one, our God, because you granted our ancestors a land desirable, safe, and wide, and you extricated us, eternal one, our God, from the straits of Egypt. You freed us from being at home in servitude, and for the promise you sealed within our hearts, and for the Torah teaching that you impart to us, and for the limits of conduct that you made us know, for life, for beauty, for love with which you are so generous, and for the joy of eating that you allow us, nourishing us every day, every moment. Ve'al hakol, the third paragraph, Adonai Elonachnu modim lach, uvachim otach, yitbarach shimcha, b'fi kolcha tamid le'olam va'ed, kakatu v'yachalta, v'savata, uverachta, et Adonai Elohecha, al ha'arzot v'asher natan lach, Baruch atah Adonai, al ha'aretz v'yahamas. Quietly, God, our parent, provider, fathers, we nourish and support us.
Eternal one, our God,
keep us from free from needs that enslave us. Permit us not to depend on human. Always spare us shame and disgrace. The middle paragraph on page 95.
Page 90, page 95.
On the bottom of 95. Uvenei Yerushalayim irakodesh v'meira v'yameinu Baruch atah Adonai bonei berachama Yerushalayim amen. On 96 in the English together. Blessed are you, eternal one, our God, sovereign though hidden. Day by day you do good according to that's needs. So you did act out of your goodness, and so you will deal well with us in the future. You give of yourself, you gave of yourself, you will give of yourself, freely to us completely and kindly, merciful and abundantly, to save us, to prosper us, to bless us, to redeem us, to console us, to sustain and support us, in mercy, life, and goodness, while not diminishing the good you hold in store for eternity. Kind one, rule over us always. Caring one, be involved in our heaven and our earth. Loving one, praised by each generation to the next. Take pride in us always. May our lives honor you in this world and in the next. Merciful one, let us earn in an honorable way. Liberating one, break the restraints that make us strangers. Lead us home with dignity. Generous one, send abundant blessedness to this home and to this stable, to all these stables. Compassionate one, bless the state of Israel with Jerusalem, its holy city. Bring full redemption to them both. Compassionate one, create a caring bond between the children of Sarah and the children of Hagar. Compassionate one, send redemption to all Jews who suffer privation or captivity. God of pleasant surprises, how blessed is to remember Elijah the prophet. Send us soon the good news of redemption and consolation. May the merciful one bless all at these tables, everyone together, those online, those with us here around with the wonderful leadership we have today, music and song and spirit and learning and teaching, and just the joy of being together. All of us be blessed like Abraham, blessed in everything, like Iris be blessed by everyone, like Jacob be blessed in every way with blessing and completeness, and like Sarah, blessed with the fruit of old age, like Rebecca blessed by her courage and conviction, like Rachel blessed in love and wisdom, like Leah blessed by inner sight. To this we say, Amen. The third paragraph in Hebrew. Bigado Yeshuat Malko, V'yoseh Chesed L'Mshicho, L'David U'Lezaro, Adolam, Shalom Bimromav, U'Ya'aseh Shalom, Aleinu ve'al Kol Yisrael ve'immeru, Amen.
Yeru et Adonai kodesh
Yeru את אדוני, כי גדול רשוב, כי אין מחסור לרעיו, כפי רשו ורעבו, ודורשי אדוני לא יחזרו טוב. הודו לאדוני כי טוב, כי לעולם חסדו, פותח את ידיך, ומשפיע לכל חרשו. ברוך הגבר אשר יפתח באדוני וחגר אדוני ביבטחו. Adonai oz le'amo yitem, Adonai yivarech et amo v'shalom.
Yeshikoach.
Shkoyach.
Bendigamos.
Bendigamos al Altísimo, al Señor que nos crió. Démosle agradecimiento por los bienes que nos dio. Bendigamos al Altísimo, al Señor que nos crió. Démosle agradecimiento por los bienes que nos dio.
So that melody and those words are a very famous melody from the Sephardic Jewish tradition. And our cantor, he has the Rosen part of him, which is not the Sephardic half. But the part of him that is not the Rosen part is from Jews who are descended from the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion from Spain. And like many Jews from Spain and Portugal, his family ended up ultimately in Turkey, and then in Cuba, and then in Texas, which is the normal course for Sephardic Jews to go from Spain to Turkey to Cuba. So you'll hear throughout the service some more of this Ladino, which is, he grew up at Seders, which would be singing these songs in Ladino. So we're so blessed to have you embody that and bring it to us in such a meaningful way. Do you know, so we could sing this, the Bendigamos melody, so you'll see. Watch, it'll work. This is a lot of people do this instead of the Yeru et Adonai paragraph. So, Ma she'achalnu yiyeh l'sova, u'ma she'shatinu yiyeh l'refuah, u'ma she'hotarnu yiyeh l'bracha, ki dichti v'yiten lifneihem v'yochlu v'yitiru kidvar Adonai. The last words don't fit so great. Adonai oz li'amo yiten, Adonai yivarech et amo v'shalom. Yeah. Do you want to say anything else about Bendigamos?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, and that melody, that Bendigamos melody, for those of you who are Shabbat morning goers.
TEM, yeah, we do that.
And in general, in Judaism, that melody is used for the Song of the Sea.
Yes. As they're leaving Egypt.
That's the music. So now fill up your cups again for our third cup, 3 of 4, page 98. What table number are we up to? I've had too many cups of wine to keep track.
8.
8? So table 8, would you read the paragraph on page 98, the third cup? We dedicate it. Go ahead. Liberation. We drank the second cup in celebration of the redemption from Egypt. We now drink this third cup in gratitude for all the gifts we have been given. The Seder reminds us of the gifts of relationships, of friends and family, and of our material possessions, good food and drink. Yet most of all, we offer thanks for the greatest gift, the ability to challenge, to question, to choose, and therefore to strive for freedom. Raise your third full cup together. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen. Page 102.
Please join me. Page 102. The courage to let go of the door, the handle. Please join me. The courage to shed the familiar walls whose very stains and leaks are comfortable as the little moles of the upper arm. Stains that recall a feast, a child's naughtiness, a loud battering storm that slapped the roof hard, pouring through. The courage to abandon the graves dug into the hill, the small bones of children and the brittle bones of the old, whose marrow hunger had stolen. The courage to desert the tree planted and only begun to bear. The riverside where promises were shaped. The street where their empty pots were broken. Courage to leave the place whose language you learned as early as your own, whose customs, however dangerous or demeaning, bind you like a halter you have learned to pull inside, to move your load. The land fertile with the blood spoiled on it, the roads mapped and annotated for survival. The courage to walk out of the pain that is known into the pain that cannot be imagined, mapless, walking into the wilderness, going barefoot with a canteen into the desert, stuffed in the stinking hold of a rotting ship, sailing off the map into dragons' mouths. Cathay, India, Siberia, Golden Medina, leaving bodies by the way like abandoned treasure. So they walked out of Egypt. So they bribed their way out of Russia under loads of straw. So they steamed out of the bloody, smoking charnel house of Europe on overloaded freighters forbidden all parts. Out of pain into death or freedom or a different painful dignity, into squalor and politics. We Jews are all born of wanderers, with shoes under our pillows and a memory of blood that is ours raining down. We honor only those Jews who changed tonight, those who chose the desert over bondage, who walked into the strange and became strangers, and gave birth to children who could look down on them, standing on their shoulders for having been slaves. We honor those who let go of everything but freedom, who ran, who revolted, who fought, who became other by saving themselves.
And now we invite Rick Landman via video to join us.
This is the actual Haggadah that my father, Henry Landman, when he was 18 years old and released from Dachau after Kristallnacht, packed into a lift that was sent to New York before he left to London. At CBST, for over 20 years, we had a tradition where I would hand out this flyer at our second night Seder. And my father used to read on the first night Seder, Vehisha Amda in German at home, and then I would read it in German at the community Seder at CBST. This year will be the 10th yahrzeit of my father. But every year I've continued reading Vehisha Amda in German. And it's also just interesting to see this is the actual 1921 Haggadah where my father, Heinz Landmann, tried to write his name, but he didn't finish spacing it properly. So, in addition to reading Vahisha Amda that talks about how in every generation evil people come up against us, but in Passover we're supposed to put ourselves back into the time of when the Hebrews were leaving Egypt. So I want to just give a little bit of a spin to the three main characters. There is that 80-year-old leader who was a lousy speaker. He was tongue-tied, but I would follow him. He was the one who wanted freedom and democracy, named Moses. Then there also was this cold-hearted billionaire, militaristic man who didn't like foreigners and immigrants, and his name was Pharaoh. And there also was Korach, the Hebrew who thought it wasn't so bad living under Pharaoh. He ends up with an earthquake, so I wouldn't really follow him either. So in this year, when we do have evil people coming up against us again, I hope you remember that even though Moses was 80, I would follow him too. So now let me read in German from my father's Haggadah, part of Vahisha Amda. In jedem Zeitalter stehen Boshafte gegen uns auf, uns zu verderben. Doch der Heilige, gelobt sei er, redet uns aus ihrer Hand. Having süßen Pesach, I hope to do this again next year.
Thank you so much, Rick, and I know you're home watching with your mother, and we're all sending our love and giving you hugs. And so happy that the two of you are together participating thanks to technology. And thank you for that. And may your father's memory be for a blessing forever. Vahisha Amda, page 106 of your Haggadah. We live in a moment in history where there are more migrants than ever before in human history. More people who have been forced to leave their homes for one reason or another, whether it's a natural disaster, an economic crisis, political, sexual violence, wars, and hatred. Inside of Israel, there are 150,000 people who can't go home right now. Inside of Gaza, there are over 1 million, maybe even 2 million, who are without their homes. Here in the United States, on our border, There are countless numbers who are desperate to get away from the violence and the discrimination and the hatred of countries that they flee. All around the world, on every continent, it's the greatest number in human history of people who are fleeing. We are a people who have had to flee. And the story we're telling tonight has as its core a people who are fleeing violence and slavery and seeking a home in which they can be safe. That's the basic story of the Passover story. People who are fleeing violence and persecution and looking for safety. We who have experienced this from the very beginning of our story are given a tremendous responsibility to try and be part of the solution for some people, for some political situations, and to never forget. We are obligated to remember, in this room, every single one of us sitting in this room represents family members who left somewhere to get somewhere else in order to find safety. Page 109. Emma Lazarus, a young Jewish woman of Sephardic origin, wrote this poem, which then became emblazoned on the Statue of Liberty. And we read it tonight as we remember all those around the world, this moment, who are running, seeking safety. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Page 111. What number are we up to? 9, thank you. Table 9, would you read? I'm going to read along so that those on live stream can hear it. I've been told they can't hear unless we're using the microphone. So table 9, please read. Pesach is over. There were Seders in the kosher kitchen. At the second Seder, I spoke briefly. To be a Jew means in every instance to be on a high plane. The temporary suffering and blows that descend upon the Jew have a meaning, are not merely oppression, and do not degrade the Jew. For a Jew is part of a sacred triad, Israel, the Torah, and the Holy One. That means the Jewish people, the moral law, and the creator of the universe. This sacred triad courses through history. It is a reality that has been tested countless times. Our grandfathers clung to the triad and lived by its strength. To be sure, history rages now. A war is waged against the Jews. But the war is not only against one member of the triad, but against the entire one, against the Torah and God, against the moral law and creator. Can anyone still doubt which side is stronger? In a war, it happens that one regiment is defeated, taken into captivity. Let the ghetto Jews consider themselves as prisoners of war, but let them also remember that the army as a whole is not defeated and cannot be defeated. The Pesach of Egypt is a symbol of ancient victory of the sacred triad. My wish is that together we shall live to see the Pesach of the future. Zelig Kalmanovich, the leader of the Vilna Ghetto. Page 116. We are in these very difficult times where some of the things that so many of us have fought for and worked so hard to create a just Israel, in which the symbols and the yearning of a people who were fleeing a war-torn Europe were hoping to create a state in which safety could be secured for Jews. Israel, 80% Jewish, 20% Palestinian, is far from the dream that we all, or many of us, have for it. I refuse to give up on the dream, as difficult as it is, and I continue to stand with those Palestinians and those Jews who insist on a shared future of justice and of peace, that fight against the occupation, the military occupation of Palestinians, that fight against the suffering and discrimination and violence against Gazan Palestinians. And yes, I believe that freedom is something that is not cheap and not limited. And we can be part of expanding that dream expansively to include not just Jews, Palestinians as well, and not just as second partners, but as co-creators of a new future, a new vision of what's possible. We need it here in the United States, we need it in Israel, and we're facing a global threat of tyranny and of violence. A global threat, whether it's Hungary or India or South Africa, all over the world, we're facing these global threats against freedom and liberty. And we're facing in this coming year an election which will determine whether or not there will be another free election in the United States in the lifetime of any of us here. We are in treacherous, terrifying times. But we are a people who believe in miracles and in dreams. And the Pesach story is here to remind us over and over again that the arc of the story of humanity is to go from degradation to praise. From suffering, we don't lose the suffering. We don't forget the things that have hurt us so badly. But we believe in Judaism that the places in our heart that are broken are then stronger for our having healed in a way that can help us continue. It doesn't mean the pain goes away, and it doesn't mean the wounds go away, but it means we're made stronger. So we say at the very end of the Seder, as we're moving to this, whoever expands upon the story of the Exodus is worthy of praise. In other words, our ability to explore what these themes mean, what it means to be Pharaoh, what it means to be slaves, what it means to struggle for freedom, what it means to have a heart that gets so hardened that you can't be compassionate toward the suffering of others. Somebody recently said to me, but isn't it true, Rabbi, that the violence of the 10 plagues is what ultimately allowed for the Israelites to go free? But remember what happened before the plagues. Why did the plagues happen? It happened because Pharaoh's heart was hardened to the pleas of this suffering. Pharaoh's heart only became hardened because Moses tried to negotiate, right? Moses tried to say, let my people go, over and over and over again. And I think one of the stories that's embedded in our Exodus story is the violent outcome of losing our ability to have a soft and open heart to the suffering of others. If we become so hardened that we cannot hear the cries of others, if we become so hardened that we just complain of compassion fatigue, then there is a real threat of terrible violence. I think that's one of the themes that's buried in this story. And each year when I study this story, I see different things, which is the power of great art, great literature, great religion, that there are themes waiting for us to extract from them truths that come up over and over again. And that it's not simple. There are real enemies in the world. There's real fear and there's real suffering. Let's read together on page 117. The voices echoed all through the long night until Elijah, the eternal student of humanity, entered and said, "Dawn is finally breaking. A new day is at hand. At last, God's unity is complete. Therefore, we should all recite the Shema." Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah said, "Behold, I am nearly 70 years old, and I never understood why it was a mitzvah to remember the Exodus at night. After all, the verse says, in order that you remember the day of your going out of Egypt all the days of your life." Ben Zoma explained to me, the days of your life refers to the good times in the daylight, for then it's easy to remember. But when we sit in the darkness of fear, so heavy that none can move, when we lose our firstborn, or when we know of others under the chain of oppression, how can we talk of freedom? because the verse reads, all the days of your life, teaching that both in darkness and in light we must remember Egypt. We remember freedom and slavery, for the two are always mixed together. The sages added, the days of your life means in this world, but all the days of your life means to help bring about the Messianic days. To remember is not enough. Rather, one should work to help bring about a time when all are free. Page 121, we fill the fourth cup. We need somebody. Oh, we need to do the. We need somebody. Page 121. We need somebody to go out and open the door. Who do we have to go out? Do we have any volunteers? Noemi, would you go open the door? Noemi's going to open the door. Thank you, Noemi. Noemi, who has dedicated her life to working on behalf of immigrants. She's welcoming the door to maybe the saint of immigrants, Eliyahu. If we had a saint of immigrants, it would be Eliyahu. So what table are we up to? 10. Would you read the top of the page of Eliyahu, page 121? Elijah, the eternal wanderer, is given a momentary respite and a drink from his cup before continuing his endless quest for the end of days. Elijah, the eternal companion of the Jewish people, will herald the Messianic age. In the meantime, he reminds us of the hope he carries. He reappears at moments when that hope is tangible, at this Seder and at the birth of children. Okay, you can come back, Noemi. Page 122. Good job, Noemi. Page 124, the Seder has some of the Psalms of Hallel before the meal and some of the Psalms of Hallel after the meal. So now we sing some of the Psalms of Hallel which follow the meal. Page 124.
Adonai Zecharanu Yevarech et Beit Yisrael Yevarech et Beit Aharon Yevarech Yirei Adonai Haktanim im Hagedolim Yosek Adonai Aleichem Aleichem ve'al bneichem Beruchim atem l'Adonai שמיים לאדוני והארץ נתן לבני אדם לא המתים יהללויה ולא יורדנו מה ואנחנו
page 128. Ozi v'zimrat Yah, my strength, my song is you, O God, who is with me as a source of help. Page 129, fourth line up in the Hebrew. Open to me, gates of justice. Let me come in, gates of justice. Page 130. There. Table-wise. 11, page 141, table 11. Read that top paragraph as we begin to bless our fourth cup of wine or grape juice. Make sure your cup is full. Awareness, redemption. Are you with me, people? Okay. Awareness, redemption, and gratitude accompanied our first three cups. The fourth cup is the cup of hope. Hope that next year we will all be free. That next year children and parents and neighbors and nations will turn their heart to one another. Hope that next year Jerusalem will be a city of peace. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen. Page 142, please read with me. Tell me, how is this night different from all other nights? How, tell me, is this Passover different from other Passovers? Light the lamp, open the door wide so the pilgrim can come in, Gentile or Jew. Under the rags, perhaps, the prophet is concealed. Let him enter and sit with us. Let him listen, drink, sing, and celebrate Passover. Let him consume the bread of affliction, the paschal lamb, sweet mortar, and bitter herbs. This is the night of differences in which you lean your elbow on the table, since the forbidden becomes prescribed. Evil is translated into good. We spent the night recounting far-off events full of wonder, and because of all the wine, the mountains will skip like rams. Tonight they exchange questions. The wise, the godless, the simple-minded, and the child. And time reverses its course. Today flowing back into yesterday like a river enclosed at its mouth. Each of us has been a slave in Egypt. Soaked straw and clay with sweat and crossed the sea dry-footed. You too, stranger. This year in fear and shame. Next year in virtue and justice. Page 134. We do a few of the Pesach Seder ending songs that are various kinds of counting and listing songs. Page 134.
El B'nai
136. But we're doing this. Okay, but we're doing page 136, Echad Mi Yodea, in Ladino. This is a song that the cantor sang in many Sedarim as a kid, right? That's what we're doing, right? You think so?
Yes.
Okay, I think so. We're all doing it. On page 1 to 36, and it'll be on the screen. The Ladino words will be on the screen, and the Hebrew is the Echad Mi Yodea.
Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuál es el uno es el Creador, Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los dos Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense, entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los tres nuestros padres son, dos Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los cuatro madres de Israel, tres nuestros padres son, dos Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los cinco libros de la ley, cuatro madres de Israel, tres nuestros padres son, dos Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los seis días de la semana, 5 libros de la ley, 4 madres de Israel, 3 nuestros padres son, 2 Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar a Dios creense, cuáles son los 7 días con Shabbat, 6 días de la semana, 5 libros de la ley, 4 madres de Israel, 3 nuestros padres son, 2 Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los 8 días de la mila, 7 días con Shabbat, 6 días de la semana, 5 libros de la ley, 4 madres de Israel, 3 nuestros padres son, 2 Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, this is the best one, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los 9 mesas de la preñada, 8 días de la mila, 7 días con Shabbat, 6 días de la semana, 5 libros de la ley, 4 madres de Israel, 3 nuestros padres son, 2 Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Shemo. One more. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles de la mila, 7 días con Shabbat, 6 días de la semana, 5 libros de la ley, 4 madres de Israel, 3 nuestros padres son, 2 Moshe y Aarón, 1 es el Creador, Baruch Baruch Shemo.
Fantastic. Everybody hanging in there? I mean, if you're not hanging in there, you left already. So if you're here, you're still hanging in there. So we're going to do a very special version of Chad Gadya tonight on page 138. We're going to start with the Aramaic, and then we're going to shift to the great Israeli composer, singer Chava Elberstein, wrote a Chad Gadya, and I'm going to read in English the paragraph. And why suddenly you sing Chad Gadya? Spring has not come and Passover isn't coming. What got changed to you? What got changed? I got changed this year. That all the nights I've asked 4 questions. But this night I have one final question. Until when will the cycle of terror be continued? Chase and be chased, beaten and be beaten. When will this madness of violence end? What got changed to you? What got changed? I got changed this year. I once was a sheep and a goat. Today I'm a tiger and a wild wolf. I've been a dove and a deer. Today I don't know who I am. Chad Gadya, we'll sing it, and then we'll go into Chava Elberstein singing her version of it.
Chad Gadya.
This is a Arab-Jewish women's choir singing Chava Elberstein's Chad Gadya.
גדי קטן, גדי לבן לילות, בכל הלילות, שאלתי רק 4 קושיות. הלילה הזה יש לי עוד שאלה, עד מתי יימשך מעגל האימה?
Join us this year in helping to achieve in this coming year freedom from bigotry and oppression, equality for all who are shunned by prejudice and hatred, respect for the aspirations and humanity of women and girls, acceptance for people persecuted for who we are or who we love, sustenance for communities living in hunger, peace in societies torn by war, justice and security for Israelis and Palestinians, a safe harbor for refugees and survivors of violence, and the promise of dignity and human rights for all. Page 144 as we complete the Seder. Did we do the final table? 12? Okay, so 12, you lead us in the final ending for the Seder. Now page 144, now our Seder is completed, every requirement fulfilled. Just as we have been privileged to observe it this year, may we continue to do so in years to come. You who are pure, dwelling on high, raise up your countless people. Soon you bring your offshoots strong, redeemed to Zion, in joyous song. And we sing next year in Jerusalem, a city of peace. Next year in a Jerusalem of peace. Chag Sameach, good Yontiv. Thank you to Judy Ribnick, to Joyce Rosenzweig, our music director, to Cantor Sam Rosen, to Beth Woloff and Carrie Connor and Chelsea and the entire CBST staff and the entire catering team for tonight's service. Chag Sameach. Chag Sameach.